Spero che mi possiate sentire bene. Vi parleremo degli strumenti che oggi appartengono allo Stato francese e all'istituzione dal nome Cité de la Musique Philharmonie de Paris. Io lavoro per questa istituzione, si tratta dell'istituzione dedicata.
Hosting about 500 concerts per year, many educational activities and a museum. I'm working in this museum. The musée, it's named the Musée de la Musique. It's one of the oldest museums dedicated to music. It's a national museum, the same legal status than Le Louvre and other national museums belonging to the French state. And the collection consists of musical instruments and musical-related artworks. On view, we have about 1,100 instruments, and which is about 1/8 of the total collections, which are, for the rest, in storage. So, Mathieu and I, we thank, of course, the organizer, the Premio Paganini, and the Italian group of the IIC for inviting us, to the scientific committee and invited us to talk today. This is a general outline of our talks, and first I will discuss a bit my experience as a curator in the past 12 years for playing instrument of this French National Collection in the ecosystem of the Philharmonie, which is way larger than a museum. We have many concert halls, many venues. The main three are shown here, and we decide not to play instruments of the collection in all of these venues. Only one of them is meeting the conservation standards for artworks and best practice, which is an amphitheatre with controlled humidity and temperature, as in the storage rooms, as in the galleries. And this is also well connected to the other facilities, such as the conservation lab and the storage rooms and the rehearsal rooms. So this is where we program the concerts on instruments of the collection. A few concerts per year. It's quite demanding, as you guessed by our previous discussions this morning, to play a historical object. And one important thing is that the instrument never leaves the building. The musicians, we are entrusted the instrument, but we provide rehearsal space and rehearsal time for them, and we have a team managing that, so that the instrument itself never leave the place, never leave the museum. It's the musician coming to the place. In the same amphitheatre, in the same room, we use it as a studio, recording studio. You see the facility is quite nice, and the acoustic is very good for a studio recording. And we are regularly producing CDs in collaboration with Harmonia Mundi. And each of these CDs features at least one instrument belonging to the French National Collection, to the museum collection. So for my field, string instruments, you may guess here a guitar which belonged to Paganini and Berlioz. And recently we recorded 2 albums on 2 different viols from the 17th century, viola da gamba. But I will focus the rest of the talk now on the violin family. And these are 4 instruments of this family that we have recently played in the context of the collection. The first one is so I'm sharing the experience here as a curator of what is the meaningfulness, what is the meaning to program such instrument. Here, this instrument is 1840. It's not Italian, though it's a cello. And it's very, very close to the original state. So only the bridge is a recent reconstruction. But even the gut to attach the tailpiece is original. And this was played by Christophe Coin in a very interesting, historically informed performance of repertoire of the time of the creation of this cello. Another cello that was played is the Pietro Guarneri Venice cello, bearing a label 1734. And what are the key features of this cello? It's very rare, but it has a complex material history, to speak politely, and all of the edges and the purfling of the soundboard are replacements. Many things are changed in terms of authenticity, historicity. However, the musician playing it, the musicians who have played it really like this instrument. They love playing with this beautiful instrument. So it's been recorded and played in concert, and it's Atelier Sales who has prepared a relevant setup for this. Going to the smaller instruments, to the two violins I'm going to talk about, is the first one is a French instrument from the 20th century, but by a very good maker, Pierre L. He was offering instruments to Jacques Thibault, who was playing them sometimes. But this French modern instrument is very important because it was given by Stéphane Grappelli himself, who gave it to the Musée de la Musique. And Stéphane Grappelli is a very important figure, a character of music, though in jazz mostly, but it's the violin he used during all of his time with Django Reinhardt ensemble. So it's a very important piece for that matter. And why do we play this instrument? What is the demand? Why is the need of playing this instrument? In fact, Grappelli, during the second part of his life, he was wealthy enough to purchase a Guadagnini, so he was not playing this hell violin anymore. So he was inviting guests on stage for like one guest, one featuring in concert, and he was symbolically giving this instrument to the young rising star who was to play for a guest appearance during a concert with him. So in fact, after the death of Grappelli and when the instrument is with us, we decided to kind of follow the same thing and to create a musical program with a rising star of the jazz violin. And it was Matthias Levy who recorded with us two CDs of his own compositions on acoustic jazz, playing that violin in this context. The last of the four instruments I want to mention was brought back to playing condition. And it's named the Davidoff 1708 violin, not to be confused with the Davidoff cello, which has also the same name. And it's beautiful instruments, which is the very first violin by Stradivarius entering the French National Collection in 1887. It has a complex material history, and in particular, we have observed that the neck has been changed twice, at least, and but still, it is a very fine example, beautiful example, and beautiful state of conservation, especially considering the varnish, red varnish remaining, and all the edge, all the purflings are original on this instrument. So this was my first job as a curator was to supervise this project 12 years ago. And we collaborated with Atelier Sales in Paris, so with Balthazar Soulier, who will talk later today. about the conservation treatment and a new contemporary setup. We decided to prepare the instrument so that its geometry is fitting easily with modern player techniques, player of today, not historically informed setup. And we did many things, of course, concerts, of course, CDs and videos, and it was quite thrilling and quite a big success. Now to come back to the question of the ecosystem of the Philharmonie and what does it mean to play a Strad, so let's say the Davidoff, in the context of the Philharmonie. So I analyzed a bit the data of the number of violins which were played as soloists among the 500 concerts a year of the Philharmonie. So I counted only the violins, viola and cello, which were played as in duets with the piano or as a soloist in front of an orchestra. Not all of the violins inside the orchestra, just the soloists played. If I may use the term soloist here, this is what I mean. And in fact, and we know, this is just simple data that do not learn anything. Soloist program at the Philharmonie mostly played old Italian violins. This is the fact. And the red data is almost all Italian 16th to 18th century instruments. Among them, these are the Stradivarius. So it's basically between 21 and 24 Strads, which could be heard played by soloists in the Philharmonie season brochure. And so when we played for the first time the Davidoff, it was that year as a concert, it was one single event, one single Strad among the 24 that could be heard that year just at the Philharmonie. And there are many other concert halls in Paris, for instance. So it's not rare to listen to Stradivarius. So this raises to me the question, which I'm sharing with you today, is what is the importance of the instrument itself when creating a cultural event, when creating a social and cultural event? To which extent is a specific violin unique and mandatory for this event or that event? And to enlarge the question, which are the values, cultural, heritage, symbolic, that we as a society or as curators, as programmers, we associate with the object itself? These are the questions that raised from this experience of playing historical violins in the collection. However, as you know, most historical violins are not in museums, and most of them are intensely played, way more than the four I showed, which are the only ones that are played in the museum collection, which are played sometimes, very rarely. But while we focus on playing this or that instrument, programming, recording historical violins, what is our role and what do we imagine as that is the listener expectation, the music lover who will buy the concert tickets or purchase the CD or stream it on Spotify? What do we think we are doing? I'm not saying we are doing it wrong, but I'm wondering, because these are questions I ask to myself as well. What would be different for the listener if we gave the same concert with the same artist, with the same repertoire on the same day, but with a different instrument? What would be the change of meaning? The change of meaning. What would it change? Again, these are the questions. This is where I'm at, what I'm sharing with you today. This And we had the very first talk by Madame Besta, who mentioned a bit this aspect for the collections, all the museum collections here in Genova, which is the questions of heritage value and cultural values. In fact, in the study of objects of the past in particular, we think of these concepts of values, heritage and cultural value. Here today we are discussing violins, and this may be the most important violin of the history, which is the Cannone in the next room. But we think of it, we are interested in the music, of course, the art of music, the sound and to play it, which is what is named the functional value. It's a little bit normative, but this is, let's call it the functional value. Does it work? Does it play? It is well tuned to play. But in fact, the functional value is just one among many other values we can associate to an object. And it doesn't have even to be an object of the past, by the way. You may like a specific chair to write a text. This is how you are attached in a way or linked to object, which counts. And there are all these values, and I will go now through some of them in order, because I think, and this is what conservators do, curators do, is to assess each of these values of a specific object, and then it helps making choices. In particular, should we play or not play? What will we lose in another value if we go to the functional value, for instance? Also, the question of value is not just a tool for conservation. It's also a way to tell stories. And telling stories is not telling fake stories, but it's interacting with our audience, our visitors, the contemporary society, which are, by the way, the ones who are paying us through the taxes and the tickets. So we need to keep the connection with them. So the narratives can be built up from these values. It can go through books, for instances, or many, many other forms of mediation, outreach, in a way to connect with this or that community, group of people among the society. It could be a technical drawing for makers, a violin competition based on some museum objects, an exhibition like the one we held with Riccardo Angeloni and Virginia Villa in Cremona last year. It could be a book, a documentary online. It could be a theater play also. Many, many forms. And you can imagine as many forms as you want, which is not, by the way, only the concert. Now, to kind of illustrate that, I'm going to talk about a non-played and non-playable instrument. Before, I have talked about 4 played instruments of the collection. Now I'm taking another example, which is a non-played or non-playable instrument, which is the Sarasate violin. This is one of the 5 Stradivari violin, which is part of the Paris collection. It was bequeathed by us by Pablo de Sarasate in 1909. And he said, so there is an excerpt here of his will. And he said, you can read, but what is very important is he said, that is the one I have always used in public. So it's strongly associated to him. For him, in his will, he described very precisely. So this is a longer sentence, by the way, than what Alberto Giordano showed us for Paganini will. This is a longer sentence, longer explanation of the decision of giving it to the nation, to the state. And he always used it in public. The next sentence is, he demands that it's exhibited alone in a glass case, not with other violins, and that this text of the will should be reproduced in the glass case. And actually, the brass plate you see just on top was the initial text description, the cartel, the little label in the glass case, describing the gift of Sarasate. So this was strongly linked to the guy himself, to the musician. This is what is called the association value. The object is associated with someone, a particular person, a character named Pablo de Sarasate. It has a link with it. And a reason why we preserve it is it has a link. This is the association value. It has also a link, not to the person itself, but to the music repertoire, because that very violin created la Symphonie espagnole d'Edouard Lalo, several concerti de Saint-Saëns, which were dedicated to Sarasate, and he created them. And of course, Sarasate was also a composer. So all of the pieces Sarasate wrote, he wrote them with that very violin. So that very violin has a musical importance, also a symbolic musical importance nowadays for all the persons loving this repertoire. There is an association to that violin, even if it's not playable. Among the very last times it was played, 5 years before the death of Sarasate, was the growth of the music recording and reproduction. And a few months after Joachim, Sarasate recorded 8 sides for gramophones, and they are still existing, and we are, in fact, hearing this violin under the bow of Sarasate with this recording. Of course, this is, modern technology of musical recording has completely changed, but this is again the value associated with that violin. It's the second violin ever recorded. With the archives of the Lutailles, where Sarasate was going, it was Grand and Bernardel in Paris, we have all the client account, the ledgers in the archives, and we see whenever the time they were repolishing the tastiera, they were changing the strings before this or that performance. You can associate to that. And it has a historical value because it's a very detailed account of the maintenance and the repairs. And also, it's telling you a bit, shedding light a bit on the everyday life of a musician. With whom was he interacting? How frequently he was going to the violin makers to have repairs, or this or that. So all these are interesting historical insights associated to the violin. Something which is very important in the violin market nowadays for the dealers is the pedigree. Pedigree, do I say it right? Famous owner of the past. In museum world, we more broadly speak about provenance, which is the list of ownership and what happened to the object. And several years ago, I wondered if we could go back in time of the provenance, known provenance. Can we find who was owning the object before Sarasate? And you see what was known before my research was that, the timeline, and there was a big hole, big unknown. And in fact, it was a lot of research, and you can read the research in various accounts. But to make it short, because it's not the full point today, is that I was able to reconstruct the full provenance of the Sarasate violin. It belonged to the sons of Stradivarius, to Cozio di Salabue, who sold it to Paganini. The son, Achille, sold it to Guillaume, and Guillaume repaired it and sold it to Sarasate. So, and you can find that in very detail if you have questions, etc., in the paper, in the Galpin Society Journal, where this is discussed. But just giving you a few glimpses of the hints that allowed me to reconstruct that is the manuscript of Cozio's are describing very well an object which is doubtless the Sarasate we have in the museum. An interesting thing that is in the manuscript of Cozio is the neck was set backwards by Guadagnini. This is, we will come back to this later. He sold it to Paganini. It was in the list of the Paganini objects in 1828, and we have the provenance. And now it's associated not only to Sarasate, but to many more persons. And the association value is bigger. Finally, this object is in a very good condition still, and it still has its original neck. So it's a very interesting object, and for educational value and historical value, we said we are going to make a technical drawing, as we have done on the objects of the collection for the past 60 years already. But we wondered if we could make something new in terms of measurements, etc. And I'm giving the mic to Mathieu for this matter.
And to answer these questions, to collect quantitative information about the morphology of the violin, the violin was scanned into a CT scanner, so a laboratory equipment, basically, which provides the same type of information that was shown this morning, but this with I would say, a lower resolution. And you can see, for example, that the voxel size, which is like the minimum the details that can be achieved, is in the order of 130 micron, which is way beyond the resolution that can be attained with the synchrotron. But that was enough to look at, to study the overall geometry of the violin. And this was performed with an instrument which is located in the Natural History Museum in Paris, which is normally used for the study of cultural and natural collections. And then such measurements were able to provide direct values and measurements to draw the technical drawings, basically. And maybe Jean-Philippe, you can talk about the work that you achieved with Riccardo Angeloni.
For instance, and it's very common for those of you who study the historical violins, we were able to retrieve the outline of the soundbox of the Sarasate, and Riccardo Angeloni, the curator at the Museo del Violino Cremona, compared this outline to the PG form which he curates in Cremona, and it's perfectly fitting the shape, PG form, and the Sarasate, as Cozio was hypothesizing at the time.
And now to come back to what Jean-Philippe was evocating about what are the value, the question is that could we go beyond this type of measurement, and could we learn more about the story of this instrument by looking at its morphology more in depth? So that's what we decided to do. And like we saw very vividly this morning, the X-ray tomography measurement performed allowed to reconstruct the volume of the 3D volume of the instrument, and that a second phase of segmentation that was again very well explained this morning allowed to have virtual visualizations of the violin as it is now. And so the color that you see really correspond to each part of the violin. It therefore allows a better understanding of the current or the overall current geometry of the instrument, and particularly of the neck and the wood blocks that compose it. And going inside the neck and the soundbox, we can observe different type of structure that you can see that are with here visually observable with different colors. And you have like structure that are related to what has been generated within the neck and the wood block. So the 3D organization you can see is really interesting, and you have in blue the tips of the iron nails that remains, and the color yellow and purple indicates the remaining holes in the different wooden pieces. And what we particularly interested first was these nail tips and the orientation in relations to the holes in the wood blocks. And we could see that the orientation were very similar. So visualizing their relative orientation in 3D, again, that's been allowed by using such a virtual volume, confirms such similarities as you can see. And that, in our opinion, was a triggering element to assume that the yellow holes are the remains of the gray nails here, the nail tips that are remaining in the neck. And this observation allowed us to propose a realignment of the neck position relative to the soundbox. And this change was simply a translation of the neck geometry. So no tilting, just a simple vertical translations. And in this state, the neck is already tilted back. Now you can see that there are with the woodblock removed, you can see that there are some, I would say, whole remaining spaces. And just because such analysis provide quantitative information about the geometry, and it's a scientific approach, the virtual volumes, it does not mean that there is no uncertainty into the interpretation. And for instance, the data themselves do not completely allow us to determine the distance between the neck and the soundbox in these states. And you can see the tiny, sorry, I'm going to go back. You can see the tiny movements of it. And now, in the second step, we can place the neck in its original geometry. And this time can be achieved through a simple rotation, positioning the neck back against the ribs. However, there's still I was talking about uncertainty, and there's still an uncertainty here regarding the vertical positions of the neck. So you can see the translation movement really allow to visualize this uncertainty. And one more thing, there was a series of holes that I briefly mentioned at the beginning, and we have that were not yet discussed. So I talked about the nail tips, but there was this false color purple holes that were shown. And this series of 4 holes is clearly different from the nails that we have seen before. You can see that they are in different locations, different places inside the neck. And you can see particularly that their configuration is in a kind of a lozenge structure.
This reminds, actually, this configuration in losange reminded me of another instrument which is in the collection by Stradivari. It's this little pochette known as the clapisson, which still has its neck in position as Stradivari put it. And with the endoscopy we see, and with the radiography, we also see this organization in losange shape. So in a larger perspective, what we have shown with this use of from the X-ray data is that from the current state, which dates back to the time when Guillaume put the neck into this position, we were able to go back to the previous state, with the 3 nails alignment, which dates back from when Guadagnini tilted back the neck for Cozio. And this is the state where Paganini played it at the time when he owned it from 1887 on. And we were also able to provide possible position of the neck when Stradivari installed it on the instrument. Having a closer look, and this is just a work in progress. We just provide here qualitative imaging of the sequence of the states, and this is called the material history of the object, but also it's linked to some aspect of the musical technique, of the violin player technique over the times by several prominent violin players. I mean, Paganini and Sarasate are prominent violin players, and they played in this state or that state the instrument. So it's giving insight on the material history of the Sarasate itself, and also giving a more broad understanding on the evolution of the violin as a type of instrument over the time of the existence of the violin. So we thank the organizer and all the colleagues and the one here for their collaboration, and for you for your attention. Thank you.
Molte grazie, many thanks. I would suggest that as we are running a little bit late, we keep the questions at the end of the second too, so we have just a single Q&A session. The next session is, and I welcome the first two presenters to join me here, is about managing collections, international best practices and strategies. So after a very interesting morning dedicated to the Cannone, we are now switching to a more global view on how musical instruments collections are managed, and raising questions on how instruments can eventually be played or not in different kinds of collections. And we have a series of guests this afternoon that comes from different backgrounds, so museums, private collections, restorers, and conservators and curators. So we are starting with Catherine Menzel, which is a curator at the Schola Cantorum in Basel. So an institution that is well known for music education and high-level music education and performance. Catherine, she's a musicologist with a special focus on viola da gamba and stringed instruments. And please, I leave you the stage.
So thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. I'd like to start my presentation with a little story. When I started working at the Schola, I just came from the collection in Nuremberg, and one of the first students entering my office to rent a Baroque violin was a Canadian student, 19 years old. And I had my doubts. I thought I couldn't give him one of our Italian master instruments. I can't give him a Tyrolean instrument. What do I do? And he had a mohawk, and he had a skull on his t-shirt, and I was even more scared. And to be true, I was so wrong. A few years later, he won the competition in York as one of the best violin players they ever had. So, let's start. The Schola Cantorum Basiliensis is internationally recognized as one of the foremost centers for the study and practice of early music. Founded in 1933 by Paul Sacher alongside Ina Lohr and Paul Wenzinger, its mission has always been clear: to provide musicians with a profound grounding in musical performance practice and to connect the practice directly to solid research. Today, students from all over the world come here to immerse themselves in two main areas of focus: medieval Renaissance, so 8th to 16th century, and Renaissance and Romantic periods. What makes the Institute unique is the seamless integration of teaching and research, ensuring that every lesson is informed by deep scholarly understanding. Since 2008, the Schola Cantorum has been part of the University of Applied Sciences and Arts, FHNW, alongside the Classical and Jazz Institute, forming the Basel Academy of Music. Our home is the historic campus of the Musikakademie Basel, right at the edge of Basel's picturesque old town, a setting that perfectly implements our devotion to musical heritage. The Schola is more than a place to study. It's a multilingual, multicultural community. Renowned lecturers and passionate students bring perspectives from across the globe, making early music not only historical informed, but also vibrant, relevant, and resonant in today's world. The Schola collection holds 46 original string instruments. Among them are 24 violins and 10 altos. It also includes 8 violoncelli, 3 viola d'amores, and a singular basse de violon. With a total of 200 students, the SCB has 2 professors for violin and alto in old scale with 2 assistants. There's 1 cello and old scale professor, and next to the SCB students, our professors also teach minor students, that are students who study classical interpretation and historical informed performance practice. For all those students, SCB historical string instruments are available for rent. In certain cases, pre-college students may also rent. During a year's term, we perform up to 200 concerts, master classes, and recitals. With a total of 1,400 instruments, the SCB ranges within the biggest played musical instrument collections worldwide. The assessment of instruments by conservators and restorers involves a careful evaluation of the safety of playability, with a focus on minimizing risks to the instrument's original materials by ensuring its continued usability for performance purposes. The utilization of historical instruments is methodically regulated to minimize wear and ensure comprehensive documentation of any restoration or intervention. These practices are occasionally named as active conservation or functional preservation, thereby distinguishing them from purely static conservation, wherein the instrument is preserved exclusively for display. Decisions regarding the use of an instrument, including its selection, maintenance, and performance, make gapless ethical evaluations necessary. These evaluations encompass a dual consideration of the instrument's inherent value as a sound-producing entity and the potential risks to its long-term preservation. It has been observed that certain museums elect to utilize high-quality reproductions for regular performances, preserving the original instruments for special events that are meticulously controlled. This approach provides crucial insights into historical performance practice, while safeguarding the cultural and material heritage embodying in the instrument itself. And this is a strategy, for example, at the SCB, that the SCB follows, especially in keyboard instruments. At the SCB, organology is taught as a 2-semester seminar, and students must give the presentation and take a 20-minute oral exam. This is to ensure that their performances and practice is also based on organological principles and knowledge. This is Chiara Banchini. String instruments are recognized as both tangible and intangible cultural heritage, embodying craftsmanship, tradition, and musical function. While museums and collectors often prioritize preservation, occasionally restricting access to prevent decay, musicians and educators underscore the significance of maintaining the playability of these instruments to uphold living traditions. This tension is evident in debates over the display, restoration, and modernization of historical instruments for continuous use. Keith Howard even argues that, quote, as museums consider how to curate collections of musical instruments, they must be concerned with more than preservation and display. For all of us, fusing our intangible heritage with our tangible heritage demands efforts to sustain the skills for crafting and maintaining instruments, unquote. Historical string instruments are regarded as both cultural treasure and living tools, with their value being shaped by ongoing negotiations between preservation and performance. In order to maintain their dual identity, there is the necessity for thoughtful integration of conservation, education, and adaptive use, thus ensuring that these instruments remain vibrant symbols of cultural heritage and musical creativity. Historical instruments including, for example, Baroque violins, viola da gambas, and gut-strung cellos, are instrumental in achieving validity in historical performance practice, so-called HIP. The construction materials and playing techniques for these instruments differ significantly from modern instruments, affecting articulation, phrasing, and tone color. The utilization of these instruments or their copies enables performers to achieve a more precise emulation of the sound and expressive intent characteristics of composers from the Baroque, Classical, and Romantic eras. The HIP approach encourages performers to adopt techniques specific to a given period, such as bow strokes, ornamentation, and articulation, that are both historically accurate and most effective when performed on historical instruments or their copies. The approach has been demonstrated to engender both a deepening of interpretive insight and enrichment of music education, as evidenced in ensemble settings where students engage in experimentation with period instruments and repertoire. If we want to take a sneak peek into the Pandora's box, that is the world of authentic instruments, I'd rather let Lawrence Libben help us out. Quote, "I prefer to avoid the term authentic because it implies that we know what the maker originally intended and can reproduce it. We don't and we can't with much certainty. We still have only sketchy ideas of how those violins were designed, varnished and strung and pitched, not to mention precisely how the bridges and sound posts were positioned and how the plate thickness were determined. The irreversible effects of natural aging also remains controversial, and many myths are still perpetuated, while gaps in the understanding between dealers, connoisseurs, and scientifically trained conservators remain large. Any claim that an old violin is authentic state is therefore highly suspect. I wish I'd realized this 40 years ago when I too used the term carelessly." Unquote. At the SCB, we have a long tradition of playing historical instruments. Therefore, we limited down our protocols and workflows to what can be understood, appreciated, and implemented by students and lecturers. The basis for borrowing in the interinstitutional lending regulations. If you'd like to study them in more detail, please scan the QR code. The document is just at the bottom of the page. The loan regulations stipulate that the prerequisite for borrowing is the presentation of an existing personal liability insurance. This insurance is necessary because although the instruments are already insured, the insurance has a very high deductible. If the requirements for borrowing are met and a borrowing request has been made in consultation with the main subject teacher, the borrower's prior knowledge will be checked upon collection. This involves testing their prior knowledge of how to handle instruments and bows, preparatory measures for playing and practice, follow-up tasks such as cleaning, and basic maintenance tasks such as bridge positioning and pack care. And I also asked them if they have any idea about humidity and how to control that at their home or where they practice. Furthermore, the borrower is informed of their responsibilities, which are set out in the loan regulations, such as keeping the instrument in good condition, replacing broken strings, and contacting the curator if any doubt arises. The borrower is also informed about what is not permitted to be done with the instrument. In short, any form of modification, and that the violin maker may not be visited on one's own initiative with an instrument of the Schola. As a performing collection, the SCB works closely with specialist violin makers in Switzerland and abroad on conservation measures. The type of measures taken is determined by the assessment of the SCB's restorer and the curator in consultation with the teaching staff. In order to closely monitor the use and wear and tear of the instruments, loan agreements are issued for a maximum of 1 semester, approximately 4 to 5 months. Each time an instrument is returned, it is thoroughly inspected with photographic documentation if necessary, and the borrower is asked about their experience, any incidences, and sound observations during the loan period. Instruments may only be borrowed for studying at the Schola and for university projects. Borrowing an instrument for gigs is prohibited. To borrow an instrument during the summer holidays, a reasoned request must be submitted to the SCB Management Board. Various models are used to ensure that particularly valuable instruments and their use are managed in accordance with the criteria mentioned above. The models are defined depending on the ownership status of the instrument. The SCB collection includes instruments owned by foundations, cantons, permanent loans, and instruments belonging to the FHNW. To follow and see the database entry, you can scan the code, and then you see the whole collection can scan through. The Italian master violins, for example, by Varotti and Gragnani, and the SCB collection are only loaned out at the discretion of the professors. Furthermore, students must insure these instruments at their own expense, and the loan is closely monitored. In order to play the SCB's violas from Stadelmann and Holmeyer, a recommendation from the string section is required. And for the Guadagnini cello that belongs to the Schola, students must prove themselves in a competition before a jury. It is evident that a significant proportion of SCB alumni have achieved notable success within the international music market following their studies, which can be attributed to the access to a plate collection. At the same time, we face a particular challenge because students at the SCB not only study a string instrument, but also a completely different playing technique, depending on the era that is in the curriculum. This relearning and new learning brings with it unusual risks for the instrument. Think of playing without a shoulder rest or a chin rest, in a low position or with a clip-flop bow or the thumb on the hair. In addition, and I discussed this with Balthazar Solier a couple of times, and he will explain that in detail, we are confronted with consequences of daily use of the instrument, the tool, which is also particularly influenced by the age of our borrowers. Until they were banned from October 17, 2023, the glitter particles from microplastic in cosmetics and makeup posed unsolvable problems for instruments with soft varnish. The glitter cannot be removed from the varnish without damaging it, for example. And also heavy sweating by players, especially male players, is also harmful to the varnish and primer. We, or more precisely I, have learned the hard way that students do not come to the SCB with a knowledge about maintenance, cleaning, and taking care of string instruments. Even if one assumes that young adults come to study, it does not mean that they have sufficient knowledge to use instruments safely. And I have also learned that this basic knowledge is not taught in class. That is why we invest heavily in education, empowerment, and helping people to help themselves. Since the shortcoming in knowledge exists not only at the SCB, but also at all our sister institutions at the University of Music, we offer a compulsory workshop. In this full-day workshop, the students learn the basics of violin making, the knowledge necessary to work safely with string instruments. The aim is for them to know exactly what they need to do themselves when a specialist is required and how basic measures such as sound adjustments work, including the physics behind them. Also, I must tell every student to get a cloth to clean the instrument after playing and to wash their hands before playing. In the previous slide, you already had contact with the front end of our database, which is designed for the use of students and teachers and researchers. In 2023, we carried out a re-inventory and transferred the collection documentation to a powerful database and loan management system. Here, we can document and contextualize every measure and every change to the instrument in detail in order to ensure the best possible preservation. And we laid the ground for important outstanding provenance research. For us, standardized visual documentation involves taking precise measurements, taking high-quality photographs and keeping thorough records of any repairs and modification. This process facilitates the accurate identification of instruments and plays a crucial role in their long-term preservation. In instances where suspicion is raised, or where research projects are specifically designed for a particular purpose, additional methods such as dendrochronology and microcomputed tomography may also be employed. As already mentioned, all instruments are returned from loan during the summer. We use the holidays to carry out maintenance work. For this purpose, a violin maker works 1 to 2 weeks as a violin maker in residence at the SCB workshop. The instruments are inspected, necessary work is identified, and if also necessary, carried out on-site or taken to a specialist. Most of the summer work consists of cleaning the instruments. 3 students work with the violin maker on a daily rotation to carry out this task. In addition to the compository workshop, this collaboration is an important experience for the students. I conclude. The Schola Cantorum Basiliensis serves as a prime example of how instrumental music, of how historical music instruments can flourish when positioned at the nexus of preservation and performance, thereby enriching both cultural heritage and performance practice. The SCB exemplifies a comprehensive approach to safeguarding material integrity, integrating gapless documentation. This approach demonstrates that the preservation of musical vitality need not to be compromised. While further research holds the potential to enhance our understanding of long-term wear patterns and the impacts of modern performance demands, the SCB experience differs a compelling pathway, one in which historical instruments continue to function as integral components within living musical cultures, whereby serving as a conduit that facilitates a meaningful interaction between past and present, thus inspiring both scholarship and performance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And we have questions at the end of the third intervention. We welcome now Benedikt Brillmeier, who's researcher and curator for stringed and electronic instruments at the Musical Instruments Museum in Berlin.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation. Due to the time, I'll start right now when my presentation is there. I'll take the opposite perspective of Katrin, which is a very, very nice continuation of the topic. Thank you. I'll get to the quote by Kurt Sachs later and start right now. The collection of ancient musical instruments, as it was called at that time, was established by a lucky accident. The initiative for founding this collection arose from a request to support the International Invention Exhibition in London in 1885. This request reached Philipp Spitta, then director of the Royal Academy of Music, today the Berlin University of Arts. Due to his earlier work in Leipzig, Spitta was acquainted with Paul de Witt, a well-known collector, from whom the first instruments were bought. On January 21st, in 1888, Spitta confirmed the completion of the acquisition to his colleague Joseph Joachim. But so far, no documents detailing the acquisition itself remain. Only a report published on March 11th in the Journal for Instrument Making notes that the collection had already been installed in a hall in the Royal Building Academy in Berlin. By the following year, the first indications appear that the instruments were to be actively played. Because of Spitta's failing health, management was handed over to Joseph Joachim to ensure, and I quote, business preparations necessary for possible lecture evenings or concerts, end of quote. A few months later, the so-called Lichnowsky Quartet, formerly owned by Ludwig van Beethoven, came into the collection. From 1893 onwards, these instruments were given on permanent loan to the Beethoven House in Bonn, where they were occasionally played in concerts, for example, by Joseph Joachim himself. The next acquisition, consisting of over 280 instruments, once again from Paul de Witt, brought the renowned Bach harpsichord, the famous 316, to Berlin. This instrument, according to contemporary reports, quote, was also played several times in concert of the musical instrument collection, end of quote. These early developments indicate that the collection's association with the Royal Academy of Music was intended by Philipp Spitta, but instruments were played less for educational purposes for students than for extraordinary concerts. However, the rapid growth to over 500 instruments soon created spatial challenges. In 1889, Oskar Fleischer was appointed acting curator. Housing the collection in the Royal Building Academy constituted a physical distance from the conservatory. Likely for that reason, Fleischer sought to develop the collection along theoretical and scientific lines, and the instruments, which had previously been played occasionally, were now silenced. The year 1902 marks the spatial unification of the collection with the Royal Academy of Music in the newly constructed building at Fasanenstraße 1. Despite this consolidation, the instruments remained primarily objects for study and observation rather than for active performance. After Oskar Fleischer retired in 1919, Kurt Sachs was appointed director of the collection. Unfortunately, there is no surviving information regarding whether Sachs actively promoted or facilitated the playing of instruments. However, his activities suggest that this period was primarily one of consolidation during which Sachs focused on his theoretical studies. And then we find those pictures. On the other side, Sachs emphasizes the collection's mission in a memorandum to the ministry, which was to present, and I quote, living witnesses of musical history to the eyes and ears of the musicologist, musician, and music enthusiast, end of quote. At the same time, he stressed the necessity of conservation measures to preserve the collection. His calls for improved facilities and opening hours, which had been limited to 3 sessions of 2 hours per week, indicate that the overall circumstances of the collection did not allow for the desired sounding of selected instruments. It might be deducted that under Kurt Sachs, for the first time, the preservation of the instrument's original material was explicitly considered in relation to their performance and sound. The history of the Berlin collection thus would illustrate the emergence of a modern ethical approach to the handling of musical instruments in museum collections. After Kurt Sachs was forced to flee Germany in 1933, his successor, Georg Schünemann, was appointed head of the collection after having been removed from his position as a director of the State Academy for political reasons. Schünemann was determined that the instruments should once again be placed in the hands of musicians who could bring them to life. According to the State Academy's annual report from 1933 to 1934, quote, "Over the past year, the instrument collection has begun to make its holdings of valuable old instruments accessible to the public through the introduction of music lessons on historical instruments." End of quote. This represents the first clear evidence of full concert formats associated with the collection. Those music lessons were not studying lessons, but really concerts called music lessons. At the first music lesson, the Bach harpsichord, a viol by Jakob Steiner, presumably our catalog number 244, and several viole d'amore and bass viole da gamba were performed. The second music lesson featured larger ensembles, including original discant and alto viols, viole da gamba, and theorbos. The third event was realized as a Heinrich Schütz Vesper, which was reported in the Journal for Instrument Making. And I read the quote here. From those rarely heard and technically demanding crumhorns and cornets, from viols, violas da gamba, and portable organs, a Baroque orchestra had been assembled. Among the performers were Professor Schünemann, who played the transverse flute and the alto dulcian, as well as Professor Heidmann, Gümmer, Malke, Strub, and Hindemith, together with members of the state and cathedral choir. The Schütz Vesper was repeated in March as a fourth music lesson. Continuation of the music lessons is documented only partially. For example, organ concerts performed by Fritz Heidmann, the cathedral organist in Berlin, took place in November and December 1934. These concerts were held in the Berlin Cathedral, where 4 organs from the collection were brought for performance. The last known event of this type occurred in March 1935, shortly before Schünemann was forcibly transferred to the State Library. The collection of musical instruments was merged in 1936 with the Institute for German Music Research. During this period, the collection was subject to the enforced political alignment with the objects of the National Socialist Party. After the war in 1949, the museum luckily was able to move to Charlottenburg Castle. In 1961, it moved again to an old high school building. There are just memories that provide only little information, as one by Hans-Peter Reinecke, director of the museum from 1975 to 1984. Regarding the activities of his predecessor, Alfred Berner, he recalls, quote, "The regularly organized concerts on historical instruments, which he, Alfred Berner, introduced to the public with only a few words, enjoyed great popularity among the interested audience." End of quote. As is well known, Alfred Berner, among others, had advocated in 1953 for the creation of an international professional association, which ultimately led to the establishment of ICOM Zimtzim, today ICOM Music, developing the guidelines and regulations for the conservation and performance on historical musical instruments in collection context. It becomes evident that mediating the sound of historical instruments could not be strategically realized within the aforementioned period. Also, due to the lack of experience, attempts remained exceptions. The extent to which students were offered to make short experimental attempts at playing cannot be determined at all. Demonstrations of sounds, however, were common practice. Today, the performance on original instruments reflect a more intricate and nuanced situation. Institutional and ethical frameworks now underpin discourses on the performance on historical instruments, which brings me to the current situation in the Berlin Museum. The Musical Instrument Museum, and I'll refer to that at MIM from now on, offers regular public guided tours on a daily basis. They remain the most frequent case of presenting sounds. Instruments acquired specifically for demonstration purposes, as well as certain replicas, are played. However, there are exceptions on which originals are used. Notably, this includes 3 organ instruments: the William and John Gray organ, the Wurlitzer theater organ, and a regal. The Wurlitzer organ occupies a particularly prominent role in guided tours, as examples of film music are performed every Saturday to conclude the weekend tour, effectively creating a mini-concert experience of about 30 minutes. Additionally, during the winter months, the organ is played once per month for roughly 60 minutes to accompany a silent film. Concerts usually are performed on the musician's own instruments. Naturally, when planning the program, consideration is given to whether these instruments relate to the collection. For example, the ensemble Cappella della Torre performs on copies of original instruments from the renowned Naumburg collection. The MIM is able to provide a few harpsichord replicas. There is a reconstruction of the Michael Mietke harpsichord, Berlin 1710, which is part of the Charlottenburg Castle. This replica is used regularly, like it was for the concert series Porcelain and Music in 2021 to 2022. Special exceptions remain concerts performed on original instruments, which involve considerable logistical and conservation efforts. On March 27th, 2022, 2 years after the original planned date, the aforementioned instruments owned by Ludwig van Beethoven were once again brought to life in our museum. The repertoire performed by the Schuppanzig Quartet included Beethoven's string quartets Opus 18 No. 1 and Opus 95, as well as the G major quartet Opus 18 by Pierre Rode, dedicatee of Beethoven's 10th Violin Sonata Opus 96. In addition to that, the MIM offers visitors the possibility to purchase CD recordings since the late 1990s. These recordings were realized on original instruments from the collection. The museum provides an ideal recording environment as it houses the Department of Acoustics and Music Technology, which comprises a recording studio. Recording sessions also may take place with mobile equipment, avoiding the need for moving the instrument. Through these recordings, it is possible to acquire performances of instruments such as Beethoven's strings instruments, the wind instruments from Naumburg, the Stellin harpsichord, as well as extraordinary instruments such as the glass harmonica, which you saw Kurt Sachs playing on, and the museum's musical automata. In total, 12 CDs have been produced under the series titles Sounding Museum. In addition to this, further recordings, such as the Goldberg Variationen on the Gottfried Silbermann harpsichord, catalog number 5, were made. In the early 2000s, a further step was taken to bring the sound of the instruments on display to museum visitors. An audio guide was developed, which today presents 80 sound examples of collection instruments. Already existing recordings from CD productions have been used if possible. A brief overview of the tracklist demonstrates that a substantial number of recordings was created for the audio guide. In 11 cases, only sound demonstrations in the form of scales, signals, etc. were possible. Recordings newly produced for special exhibitions or temporary exhibitions have been subsequently integrated into the conventional audio guide, which has thus grown and expanded continuously. But there exists an additional layer of mediating sounds in the museum. During the special exhibition Good Vibrations, A History of Electronic Musical Instruments in 2017, a digital museum guide system was presented for the first time. With its staff-accessible content management system, it allows theoretically any recording or other data to be used for museum purposes. During the first COVID lockdown, for example, the old audio guide that ran out of service was transferred as a separate module into the digital museum guide system. A new potential for recordings could be achieved by a project focused on accessibility. Entitled Klaviatur-Tastatur Interface, it began in 2022 and still continues to provide blind and visually impaired visitors with the opportunity to explore sounds of our collection in a new way. The focus was on the various forms of keyboards, as also found, for example, at the glass harmonica or the hurdy-gurdy. Their sounds should be accessible, which was realized by recording samples of each instrument. With the help of the Department of Acoustic and Music Technology, their anechoic room could be used for recording. These samples are available to visitors via a small keyboard in the museum, allowing them to interactively engage and explore the sound. Conclusion. The sparse surviving documentation from the collection's early years does not provide clear information to what extent the instruments were actually played. Only in the 1920s and particularly the early 30s do we find a few indications of concerts that could be considered early approaches of historically informed performance praxis. Today, due to conservation and restoration ethics according to ICOM music standards, performances predominantly are realized on replicas, while the original instruments are played only on exceptional occasions. With the help of modern technologies and facilities at our hand, recordings can be realized in a way that allows subsequent use, like for CDs and the digital audio guide. Furthermore, the research conducted by our colleagues in the Department of Acoustic and Music Technology opens additional possibilities. By acoustically measuring any given performance space, its reflective characteristics can be calculated out of the recording. This allows the characteristic sound of an instrument to be captured independently of the recording environment. This method enables the creation of recordings that are particularly suitable for sound documentary purposes, like, for example, long-term monitoring of changes in an instrument's sound. With this outlook on potential sound documentation, I would like to conclude and invite your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Benedict and Catherine. So if there's any question, but I'd like to start with just a very short thing that it's interesting in the management of these collections that are today at the opposite, that the Berlin collection at the beginning had the goal that has the Schola Cantorum, which is to support and to provide, let's say, music material to the students. I have a question for Catherine, because we just finished talking about recordings and the importance of the recordings. Do you actually have recordings of your instruments, or there was a project of recording the instruments as a way to document those?
The thing is, I get asked that quite often. We hear the instruments on a daily basis, in lunch concerts, in normal concerts by the different classes. Let's say the Traverso class has their concert, then the violin players are also playing, that we never really thought about it because we hear them so often. But of course it would be a proper project to document the instrument also with a sound file at a certain stage. Yep.
Thank you. Is there any question from the public? Gabriele.
Thanks. Do you gather any feedback, or do you have any requirement and requests from musicians that you're not able to fulfill because of the regulations that you are enforcing? So is there any tension between what people would want and what you are available to give?
Often. For example, so what we don't do is that we don't change a setup regularly. So if we have an instrument in a proper setup and it works, then we don't change the setup. So if we have it in an early setup, let's say all got equal tension, then I will not change the setup to a romantic setup with 2 wound strings, for example, because then I have to take away everything, change the nudge, change the tailpiece, change the bridge. So this doesn't have any reason. And there are lots of things they want to do where we say, no, we don't do it. And then we don't do it. Often, because our students and our teachers are creative, so they think about, we could do this and we could do this, and I found this source, and therefore we have the instruments and we could change it in this direction, or let's play this this project not in 4/15, but let's play everything in 3/92. And if I change all the string instruments to 3/92, then I have a lot of problems, and I will not do that. So yes, of course, we say no at certain points.
And there's almost the same in the Berlin collection. We got not approached as much maybe as the Schola Cantorum, but there are, especially on the regular tours, for example, there are sometimes professional musicians, but they are not acquainted with playing on historical musical instruments. They are not acquainted with all the historical informed performance practice, and they come along and ask, can I try out this, because I'm a professional musician, I can try out the Stradivarius because I know how to play it. And one of those, for example, was David Garrett once, some years ago. That was during Corona, and we had to tell him no. And especially he was very set up. Yes, it was really a little embarrassing for him, actually. He thought it was embarrassing for us. And it was really an interesting situation, how often not the regular visitors, who are not very much acquainted with all the historical informed performance praxis or museums and how to conserve collections, they do respect when we say, very sorry, those are museum objects, you can't just play on them. And then it's okay. And the professionals who are not really in that special fields, they start to discuss. And that's a very interesting situation, because it's somehow not, not equal.
So thank you very much. We are running a little bit late, so I would suggest that we do now the break, but we do a shorter break. So let's start again at 16:25. Ben ritrovati, iniziamo la seconda parte della...
We are now moving into the second session, the second part of the second session. Seconda parte della seconda sessione. Invito tutti i relatori.
Easy. So if the other speakers can join us here at the table, that would be great. We start now with Balthazar Soulier. Balthazar Soulier is conservator of musical instruments. He has a private practice, and he will be focusing on questions concerning alteration and preventing deterioration. Balthazar.
Many thanks for this introduction and to the organizing committee for the kind invitation. I am very glad to be finally in Genoa, close to the canon. And this title, When Music Leads to Loss, may at first sound paradoxical. Why should playing music negatively affect cultural heritage? Yet this tension immediately reveals the ambivalent nature of musical instrument, and violin in particular, which potentially embody two radically different aesthetic dimensions. I say potentially because while the visual aesthetic dimension arising from the instrument appearance can be appreciated independently of any external action, simply by holding and contemplating the instrument, the musical aesthetic dimension can only exist through performance, requiring the skilled engagement of a violinist. So I prefer to speak of a musical aesthetic dimension than solely maybe a function value. It's notably the coexistence of these two aesthetic dimensions, each with contrasting temporalities, that inevitably raise dilemmas when considering conservation issues. I have organized my presentation in two sections. I will first present a brief typology of alterations that a played violin may undergo. And next I will discuss the assessment of this alteration, exploring criteria for when they might be judged deleterious or acceptable. Here I outline a classification of the main types of alterations that can occur when playing a violin, organized according to their formation process. One can thus distinguish between alteration formed by abrasion. Abrasion results from repeated contact and friction, for example, the rubbing of the bow hair, clothes, or hands against the instrument. Impact and shock. This alteration occurs when the instrument experiences direct collisions, such as knocks from the bow, fingernails, or accidental contact with stones or other objects. As contamination deposits arise from substance deposit on the instrument during playing, such as sweat, skin oil, dirt, cosmetic, or other residues. And with playing environment, I mean the playing-related environmental exposure. It includes typically quick and localized changes in temperature, relative humidity through the close contact of the player, and so stage lighting. And one can also include the pending mechanical stress, just with the tension of the strings, especially if they are constantly tuned. And I think we will just now come into more pictures. So let us now examine a few case studies illustrating these different types of alteration. An exemplary instrument for examining playing-related alteration is this violin made by Eugène Henry in 1888 and awarded in 1989 to the Premier Prix of the National Institute of Young Blind People. Given its condition, we can assume that it was played for some time by a young blind violinist, and as it shows no evidence of restoration since then. You see maybe better. We can assume that it was put aside after just a small period of playing. Being blind, the violinist was unable to perceive the alteration he was causing. In any case, he did not see the need to bring the instrument to a luthier for cleaning or maintenance. So the oil varnish must have been relatively fresh when he received it. As the area he touched, the varnish became sticky and considerably spoiled. We are able to follow 160 years later how this violin was holding. So here I found it an exemplary example to realize what playing impact in where a violinist is touching an instrument. So here we see abrasion on the edges, and at the same time a potential contamination from dirt, from sweat. So that is in this case very visible. At the same time, the warm fingers create like craquelure or change the nature of the varnish. Here, this film illustrates another type of illustration caused by bowing. It's again like abrasion of the edges. And in this case, an impact that results in loss of part of edges. This film further illustrates the... Sorry. I just wanted to show you this image too. So the reason for the abrasion was not especially maybe a false bowing technique, but the bridge was quite low and the strings were coming deep into the bridge. And so that exemplifies in this case how a violinist don't realize, even if not blind, that an alteration is occurring. Here's another type of what we call impact damage, causing the loss of part of a corner of a violoncello. And this was a recent alteration due from a musician that has a very, very aggressive sweat. And we were surprised that it just occurred in a couple of weeks. So it just to exemplify here that the composition of the sweat has a huge impact of the alteration. Here you can even see that the screws of the tailpiece were completely corroded through the daily use, but not just over 3 months. And so just to realize that every player may have completely different sweat. And here it's even in the inside of the instrument, the Stradivarius from 1710, we realize that the sweat and maybe perfume of the musician completely go through the thickness of the wood. And as it can then attach more all the dirt. So here it's an example for also a projection of sweat that can affect the surface. And so we have constantly on every piece of the or part of the violin can be confronted with abrasion and contamination. And here at the same time we can observe how the cracks through constant heat variation and humidity variation can be reopened. So here we have another type of impact that are the fingernails that can affect the surface, especially left and right from the fingerboard. So here, common alteration we can observe on a played violin after not a very long period, but a typical colophony deposit, and again this sweat projection. We can, if we look at them under stereo microscope, we see that it is not only a deposit, but it can also solve, and if is it not immediately put aside or put away, then create some structural deformation of the layers. Here, also a typical colophony deposit on a Stradivari violin. Here, another kind of alteration that may occur, it's all the abrasions that can happen with accessories. So from the here's example, the violinist forgot to or didn't even realize that the protection of this quite dangerous accessory shoulder rest was rubbing the wood. And here it's maybe finally an alteration a musician really remark. So I just add it in my presentation because I got it via email yesterday, and the violinist just said, "Geige kaputt." So it's at the end he was trying to rebend or to redress the bridge, and then he noticed something goes wrong. But with this first overview of iteration, I wanted, it was a kind of ironic or example with a blind violinist, but it illustrates that most of the violinists, players, don't look that much as the violins, or they will be not concerned with the materiality or even the aesthetic appearance, because as example, this on this video, it took years after the owner came to see the violin and remark something is in danger. And I wanted to show you also another kind of alteration not directly made by the player, but that are engaged while if we have violin in playable condition. And that all the alteration induced by the violin maker. Because these treatments includes adjustment or replacement of movable parts such as a bridge. It's essential when considering the alteration and values of historical violin to understand the significance of historical evolution and the distinction between the body and the instrument. Sorry. What I want to express here is it's very essential to realize that it gives, in historical violin, a crucial distinction between the historical body and the setup. The setup components are originally the removable parts of a violin that must be regularly adjusted and replaced to ensure the instrument functions properly. They are intended to be adapted according to the player's preference. So the musicians could be, in a way, be considered as a co-author of a particular setup. Setup elements that are not amovable, like fingerboard, whose surface require frequent leveling, and from the late 18th century onwards, even the neck is considered as not being part of the instrument. Because what I want here to reflect is, sorry for the confusion, is should we address alteration in violins only on the historical part of an instrument, or do we consider also the setup as being an internal part of the instrument, which will mean that if the setup is being an internal part of the instrument, then as soon as you place it, you will alter it. If we have this very historical distinction of saying when what we call a Stradivarius, what we call a granary, is just the body and the head, then we can find solution to make it, to play it. Sorry. So I come to the section where I wanted to see with you to what I have called arbitrating alterations. The assessment of the impact of alteration mainly depends on the specific alteration values ascribed to an instrument within its context of reception, and the scale on which an historical violin should be considered. The evaluation of cultural values ascribed to a particular historical violin varies according to many factors. It's first crucial to be able to assess its significance, rarity, and condition within the corpus of instrument, and ideally to extrapolate what aspect might be relevant for future generation. The scale at which we wish to address an historical violin deeply depends on the material knowledge and available technologies of each generation. The underlying question is, what could be lost if a potentially available alteration were to occur. It is not always the most visible alteration that cause the greatest loss. For instance, a contamination may be invisible, yet it can compromise any subsequent characterization of historical materials. One example is the use of mineral water to clean the inner surface of a violin, which can hinder the identification of wood treatments applied by a classical maker. So here I just wanted to exemplify this assessment of so based on two violins. So this one exemplify how subjective the perception of alteration can be. In this case, it will not be exaggerated to consider that one might even cherish this alteration as it embodies a unique history of this Henri violin and allow to retrace how it was used. It is fortunate that it was not brought by a previous owner to a violin maker for restoration, maybe. In fact, it now probably holds greater historical and even commercial value in its current state that it will, if restored to a pseudo-original appearance. Second instrument is a violin by Giovanni Battista Gabrieli from 1769. It is in extremely poor state of preservation. It appears that the violin was played only a few years after its creation and then put aside until its rediscovery at auction in 2011. This violin is undoubtedly one of the best preserved examples from the classical Italian era. So here you can see it's free of any contamination due to restoration treatment. The three existing pegs believed to be the original. Two of them show cracks along the axis. Here I wanted just to show you also a special feature we could see on these violins, that it has like original savings. And we can prove that the savings are original just because it still gives a teeny drop of varnish. So and the same is also to be found on the end pin hole. So it's just to reflect that on this violin, as example, even if you just put a peg in it, you probably lost some very unique information. And in this sense, this instrument should probably not be played. But on the other side here, Stradivari in a common state of preservation, where you can see that it has a lot of retouches, that almost all the edges has been replaced. Then it's a completely other case. And what we have seen and see is it was on this violin, so if you look into the details, it looks like dramatic. But in this case, all the original varnish was not on the surface. So I go quick, I got late, but I thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Balthasar. Now we continue with Riccardo Angeloni, who's curator of the collections of the Violin Museum in Cremona, violin maker, restorer, and conservator by training.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm sorry, but I'm going to continue in Italian today, so please stick with me.
Piace.
Ok, benissimo.
Excellent. So I would like to set aside for a moment the theoretical approach typical of the restorer. And I've decided to put on a hat, what I've been over the past 1 year, the conservator of a museum dedicated to the Cremonese violin making. And I would like to offer a reading of the problem of using museum displayed musical instruments. It's a reverse reading. What do I mean by that? Because I would like to start from the outcomes in cultural and social terms of playing classical Cremonese instruments from the collections of the Violin Museum, presenting some data, and then proceed to analyze the criteria behind the choice to play an instrument, assess the impact on conservation, and define prevention strategies. The occasion of a symposium like the one we are holding today is particularly fitting. The safety net of theory is abandoned, and we must realize that it is impossible to untangle the issue without starting from the specificity, both material and historical and cultural, of the musical instruments. The Violin Museum was established in Cremona in 2013, not coincidentally, 1 year after UNESCO recognized Cremonese violin making as intangible cultural heritage of humanity. 12 years on, the museum represents one of the focal points of an entire network of cultural, educational, and research institutions in a city where violin making is not only a cultural asset, but it is also a key economic sector, accounting for approximately 180 active workshops. The museum has a 460-seat auditorium connected directly to the exhibition rooms by a lift, in which short musical performances called auditions are offered, featuring the historic instruments from the collections. The auditions are musical programs of around 25 minutes and take place on Saturdays, Sundays, public holidays, busy time of the year with a high rate of visitor attendance, and they can also be organized on request for school groups and private parties. In March, April, and May, auditions dedicated to school groups are held every day as part of a broader educational offering that includes, in addition to guided tours, also training workshops on the violin and violin making. The audition is offered as an in-depth element of the museum experience. It is not a concert for its own sake, but a moment of engagement with the works in the context of their function, preceded and punctuated with explanations by the conservator and the musician. This activity embraces, by encouraging community participation and offering various experiences, multiple aims promoted by the ICOM definition of museum. Over a period of 3.5 years, from January 2022 to June 2025, excluding auditions held outside the museum's opening hours and complimentary tickets, out of a total of 243,000 visitors, participants in the auditions were as many as 93,000, and 37,000 37,000, yes, were students. The annual trend is on the rise, and it's for instance, in the first 6 months of 2025 alone, we had some 21,000 visitors. These are encouraging figures for a museum located in a city of 70,000 inhabitants, and they represent an important factor of attractiveness for a pole of attraction, both for the museum and the territory. For many visitors across different age groups, the audition represents a first experience of live classical music. One of the reasons underlying the importance of this collection is that work by Stradivari can be studied by many people and can be listened to by many people. Jean-Philippe Echard, for instance, has offered several contributions giving a clear-cut interpretation of the myth surrounding Stradivari. Likewise, Tom Wilder has reconstructed in a very recent essay the history of the reception of Stradivari, highlighting the role of the various actors who during the 19th century contributed to the creation and of this cultural phenomenon, both by critical analysts as well as passionate promoters. Playing historic instruments becomes a social opportunity, and it has to be grasped, and it assumes the role of musical heritage. The conservation aspect must also be explored in its historical dimension. Only by having a clear-cut idea of the historical stratifications and their technology and cultural significance, we can make truly informed decisions about the use. Conservation history goes hand in hand with the history of continued use and with the instruments accession to a given collection. The collection criteria, the modalities of acquisition, represent other aspects to be taken into account when creating a so-called awareness process. The Violin Museum houses within a single container the civic violin-making collections of the municipality of Cremona, the collections of Walter Stauffer, Avedi Buschini Foundations, and a temporary collection of instruments lent by private owners, and also the so-called Friends of Stradivari collection. The civic collection, initially divided between the Town Hall and the Civic Museum, comprised a body of classical instruments acquired between 1961 and 2019, a body of Italian instruments from the 19th and 20th centuries, mostly acquired as part of the Stradivarius celebrations of 1937, and an important artifacts originating from the workshops of the Ceruti family and of Antonio Stradivari, which were donated to the city in 1893 and 1930, respectively. The Walter Stauffer Foundation's collection includes 2 violins, a viola, and a cello, purchased between 1980 and 2005. The Arvedi Buschini Foundation's collection comprises 3 violins acquired between 2019 and 2025. With the acquisition of the Cremonese violin in 1961, thanks to the far-sighted campaign carried out by the then president of the tourist board, Alfredo Peruani, an Antonio Stradivari instrument entered the city's collections for the first time. The criteria for selecting a Stradivari capable of representing an entire city and its rediscovered historical identity were fairly stringent. They sought a significant instrument, therefore belonging to the most appreciated period of Stradivari's production, in excellent state of preservation, and it had to have a good sound as well. The criterion of sound quality is found in the chronicles that recount subsequent acquisitions. Within a few years, the wedding hall of the town hall was filled with instruments, and in 1566, an Amati was brought in, and then a Quarestani by Giuseppe Guarnieri, and then the beautiful contralto viola by Girolamo Amati, and a violin by Enrico Ceruti of 1868, and the Walter Stauffer Vesuvio, and bequeathed by the Anglo-Italian violinist Remo Lauricella. Some observations, I'm sure, will not have gone unnoticed throughout my presentation. First of all, it is of paramount importance to have a single physical and administrative structure to host various public and private collections. And these these reflects the different expectations and legitimate interest on the part of the owners, lenders, and donors. Let's take the example of the Walter Stauffer Foundation's collection. Its statutory objectives pursue the promotion of violin making and musicology, as well as a high degree of musical specialization in string instruments, the latter through the teaching and concert activities, which considers the instruments of the collection as fundamental assets. These considerations also affect public collections. The bequest of the Vesuvius by Remo Lauricella to the city of Cremona was subject to one condition, namely that it was to be used from time to time by promising and talented young violinists, conditions that differ from those expressed, for instance, by Paganini and Sarasate in their bequests. The demands of some private lenders can be even more exigent and stringent in choosing the ethical option of sharing with the public the privilege of making a precious instrument available. They often consider the possibility of having it played as a means of acknowledging their patronage and of promoting their assets. Another private example is represented by two violins of the Alago Foundations, Stradivari and an Amati, on display at the Violin Museum. And there is one other aspect which is rather striking, that is to say the relative youth of the collections that include classical Cremonese instruments and also instruments gathered during the collections of various instruments. But let's get back to the Stradivarius Vesuvio. It entered the collections in 2005 directly from the hands of its last user, which harked back to 1937. John Hamburg was the one who decided to name his violin after the volcano in the region of Campania. Continuity of use implies that until a few decades ago, this violin was subject, in addition to wear and tear and to accidental damage, also to the regular maintenance and repair procedures intended to keep professional instruments in service at all times. Therefore, French polishing technique were applied, repair of cracks and fissures, diamond-shaped patches were applied, reinforcements, inserts, retouching of the varnish. By contrast, we can take another example, that of Antonio Stradivari Stauffer cello of 1700. After a brief season in use in the hands of Lisa Cristiani between 1849 and 1853, in 1936, it entered a private collection and it hasn't been played ever since. Prior to the restoration carried out in 2025, which addressed some long-standing conservation issues, the last radical restorations probably dated back to the late 19th and early 20th century. And the instrument managed to land in Cremona with an impressive quantity of spectacular original varnish and fittings by the firm Hill & Sons, probably also dating back to the early 20th century. A very similar situation concerns the Cremonese, donated in 1889 by Joseph Joachim, inherited in 1907 by his nephew, who was an amateur musician who kept it until 1937. By identifying the varnish and the fittings as the places where there is a natural contact with the musician and therefore they're subject to wear and tear, we can ideally create a tolerance zone for use, according to which instruments with a more turbulent conservation past are more suited to more frequent use, also in view of potential maintenance interventions, both on the fittings and on the varnish and vice versa. It is worth recalling the high interest shown by several communities in original Cremonese varnishes and in original historic fittings. Differing frequencies of use entail greater or lesser exposure to the risk of accidental damage. Accidental damage, which can indeed be systematic when the decision is taken to play the instrument. The field of preventive conservation concerns two main aspects. First of all, reducing the impact of use in terms of wear and tear, and the reduction of risk of accidental damage. Both aspects are naturally influenced by frequency of use. So the first line of defense is collection management in terms of clear-cut decisions. That is to say, when, where, and how much, and for how long the instrument should be played. The availability of a dedicated space, such as the Giovanni Arvedi Auditorium, directly connected to the museum rooms and kept in microclimatic continuity, represents an essential tool for maintaining conservation environmental conditions and for reducing risks. So having established a number of instruments which are available for use according to various well-established terms, attention should be paid to the duration of performances and rehearsals. For example, it should not exceed 1 hour and a half, because otherwise there is prolonged exposure to heat and humidity from the musician's sweat. Each instrument is accompanied by a ledger in which information on every session of use is recorded, including duration in minutes. These data are of paramount importance in order to monitor the instrument and to assess its conservation state, supported by the non-invasive diagnostic activity performed by the Arvedi laboratory, which is located inside the University of Pavia. Now we shall move on to analyze the usage data of 4 instruments during the 3.5-year period. The figure represents a generous estimate obtained by doubling the monitored minutes of the auditions to account for the time of the brief rehearsals that precede them, and which are not recorded in the ledgers. From January 2022 to June 2025, including concerts, auditions, and recordings, the Stradivari Vesuvio was played 344 times, totaling 265 hours of use. The Stradivari Clisby was played 270 times for a total of 214 hours, and the Cremonese was played 27 times for a total of 20 hours of use, and the Stauffer Cello ex Cristiani 26 times for a total of 36 hours of use. If we attempt a comparison with professional use, the time in which the Vesuvio and Clisby instrument were used are tantamount to respectively 53 and 43 working days of a musician with a daily routine of 5 hours of playing. And the second line of defense in preventing risk and reduction of wear is to identify and implement good practices for handling and use. The musicians involved in the auditions are trained, and they are required to observe a set of rules that have been refined over 12 years of experience. These are small precautions, but combined and applied over time, they can make a real difference. For instance, it is forbidden to go up and down the stage steps with the violin in the hand. The instrument is transported onto the stage in its case and placed on a table by the conservator. Then there is a ban on wearing jewelry. It is forbidden to touch the instrument where it's not necessary, and one should use the shoulder rest and chin rest, and no makeup should be used, as well as no perfume. The third line of defense is represented by active conservation measures. Routine maintenance before and after editions plays a fundamental role. Dry cleaning with a soft-haired brush to remove rosin and dust deposited during the performance, carried out immediately after the end of the event, limits the risk of the droplets sticking to the varnish. Exceptionally, a cleaning use of polar solvents is performed to remove greasy residues from handling and any leftover from rosin. Among the extraordinary maintenance operations carried out in recent years on the Vesuvio and the Stauffer, and on the occasion of the recent restoration of the Stauffer cello, I would like to remember the leveling of the fingerboard, which was authorized by restorers and removed a minimal thickness of material from the surface. In some cases, the application of a protective varnish has been necessary on the ribs, subject to wear and tear from contact with the player, in situations where the protective varnish already present appeared thinned or non-existent. The use of non-invasive diagnostics represents yet again another indispensable tool for monitoring conservation state and for defining defense strategies. As an example, I would like to present here 3 acquisitions of ultraviolet fluorescence imaging of the Vesuvius violin, carried out respectively in 2017, 2020, and 2025. The last one was carried out last Tuesday. From the images, it can be inferred that the progressive wearing of the orange fluorescing protective varnish corresponds to the upper rib on the treble side. That rib in question is not the original, but it is the rib that was replaced, so as the scroll as well. And it is a varnish that had already been subjected to wear and tear. So what can be done? Well, we can change, we can replace the varnish. Well, not all the instruments at the Violin Museum are playable, and I would like here to mention the violin by Lorenzo Storioni of 1793, which was donated to the city in 2019 by the Bracco Foundation, and which simultaneously financed its restoration. By virtue of the instrument's exceptional documentary value, which retains the original neck and its original setup, as well as the bass bar, the restoration did not envisage restoring functional playability, because that would have produced that would have had a bad impact on the overall situation and condition of the violin. Other instruments, however, have been brought under tight conservation regimes. For instance, over the past 3 years, the Carlo IX violin by Andrea Amati, which had been commissioned by Catherine de' Medici for her son, has been played only on 2 occasions for a total of 50 minutes. The use of historic violins has quite an expensive cost, but this cost can be reduced if we take into account the social and cultural benefits the restoration would entail. So this is possible only within a system that creates the conditions in which social and cultural benefits can be actually promoted, and in which the skills and resources which are necessary for their management, monitoring, maintenance, and restoration are pulled together.
Interesting insight in the activities of the Museo del Violino. We continue now with Carolina Anna Tatar, which is a PhD student at the University of Turin with a research project on the new interpretation of the gallery of the musical instruments at the Conservatory of Turin.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carolina Anna Tatar, and as Emanuele Marconi said, I'm a PhD candidate in cultural heritage. My curriculum is in museology, curatorship, and public history at the University of Turin. Before I start, I would like to thank the scientific committee for this very prestigious invitation. I was asked to discuss conservation of historical instruments in museums and public collections in connection to a recent paper I gave at the Annie Musique Congress on the material, in particular functional, natural and wear and tear evolution of the Stradivari violin of the Conservatory of Turin and consequently its sound. That is why, apart from presenting the conservation debate today, I will introduce elements of analysis of sound quality of historical instruments that might be of your interest. In addressing my today's very complex topic, I will draw upon my theoretical knowledge and practical experience acquired during the last almost 2 years of my PhD program. And as Emanuele Marconi said, my PhD project is on the reinterpretation of the musical instrument gallery of the Turin Conservatorio. I divided my presentation into 3 parts, as you can see from the plan. First, the historical and the present context of conservation of musical instruments in museums. I would like to explain that the historical aspect serves here only as a valuable introduction to the current debate on the subject. Nonetheless, it may appear not clearly separable and separated, as some historical publications still constitute reference points for setting standards in museums on international scale. The second part of my paper will include the related most theoretical museological element with an original contribution of what I called a post-museum object. In the third and the last part, I will share with you what I have learned on the collection and the conservation of bowed instruments of the musical instrument gallery of the Turin Conservatorio. I decided to start the history of conservation of historical instruments in public collections with Kurt Sachs's major contribution from 1934, La signification, la tâche et la technique muséographique des collections d'instruments de musique. Sachs, one of the founders of organology and an authority on musical instruments, worked, as we have heard today also, in and guided public organological collections. Although his ideas on conservation and restoration were subsequently rejected, I think that it is useful to look back at them shortly, as similar viewpoints are still present among those who work with musical instruments and non-specialists. From both quotations here, but especially from the second, un instrument inaudible et un non-sens presque au même titre que le serait un tableau invisible. An inaudible instrument is an absurd, almost as it would have been an invisible painting. We can deduce that for Sachs, the raison d'être of conservation of a public musical instrument collection was to maintain the instruments in playable condition. He would also support heavy restoration, that is, bringing the instrument back as it had been originally before it arrived at a collection, to which the word fausset, false, the false voice, alludes. Then, I would like to draw your attention to the title of the first related SIMSIM, Comité International pour le Musée et Collection d'Instruments et de Musique, today ICOM Music, International Council of Museums Committee, publication, Preservation and Restoration of Musical Instruments, Provisional Recommendations. At that time, in 1967, the ICOM Committee for Musical Instrument Collections would not use the term conservation, but preservation and restoration. The focus on restoration would become almost entirely replaced by the focus on conservation in later publications. Importantly, the subsequent SIMSIM publication, the 1985 Recommendations for Regulating the Access to Musical Instruments in Public Collections, included the following points. On one hand, general protection from damage, and on the other hand, playing. The need for such recommendations must have arisen from the condition of, as you can read at the end of the quotation, the limited number of instruments, which has been rendered fewer still by negligence, continual use, handling, playing, and measuring. The next SIMSIM publication, the 1993 Recommendations for the Conservation of Musical Instruments in Collections and Annotated Bibliography, superseded the 1967 Preservation Restoration document. As we can read, since 1967, the science and goals of conservation have indeed progressed. The often subtle evidence of historical technologies, now known to be found in antique instruments, can no longer be treated as disposable. No longer can we agree to the replacement of unserviceable components without acknowledging the evidence that may remain in those parts. A crucial status recognition from the museological point of view results from the statement, the conservation needs of musical instruments are in no way different from those of other museum objects. As you might remember from the presentation plan, I will come back to this point on museum objects in the second and central part of the presentation. In that case, SIMSIM advocates for the first time for a satisfying solution museologically, that is, making copies or reproductions. What is more, the authors of the document represent already an awareness on the sound quality of historical musical instruments by observing that original acoustic and mechanical characteristics of extant instruments are never known with certainty. As far as the following publication is concerned, I would like again to draw your gentle attention to its title, Training in Musical Instrument Conservation, and one of its parts, the role of the musical instrument conservator. The choice of those two titles would suggest the need for training at the international level at that time, and we are in 1994, and for defining the role of conservators. The final SIMSIM historical publication is the one directly and entirely referring to copies. That was a sign of an ascending, although not unquestioningly accepted, as you can see from the final words here, yet there is widespread doubt about the success and even the museological validity of the copying process. Still, there was this ascending museum policy of encouraging and commissioning technical drawings and copies, which, from my direct observation, is very significant in many public collections today as well. I would also draw your attention to the opening sentence that the most vexed question in collection of historic musical instruments is the extent to which the instruments should actually be used for their original purpose, making music. Finally, I added Lamb's 1995 article, To Play or Not to Play, the Ethics of Musical Instrument Conservation, to further introduce the element of the intricacy of the functional sound quality. Not only does he mention that most instruments do not improve with age and no longer sound as they originally did, but he goes further. Many types of instruments have a very limited lifespan. And I would go further. All instruments have a finite life expectancy, and once beyond this, they cannot be brought back to life with any expectation of maintaining the original sound quality. Reaching the present, I will comment on the last related Symposium publication of 1997, The Care of Historic Musical Instruments, including a chapter, Basic Maintenance of Playing Instruments, so implying conservation for functionality reasons. It is of extreme value as it brings to our discussion the concept of the loss of the original historic substance of the musical instrument, that I will come back to in the following part of the presentation. As you can read in two quotations, the focus on functionality without regard to preservation causes the information embodied in historic instruments to become a diminishing resource. And also the second one, the educational and aesthetic value of use is often undeniable, but loss of original substance is equally great. Apart from that, I would argue that it is the first actually modern publication from the ones presented today, as it takes into account the divergence of viewpoints on the subject. In fact, in the slide, we can see the following being mentioned: curators of different backgrounds, conservators, musicians, the public, collectors, musical instrument makers, restorers. At this point, it is essential to state and to understand that the debate on conservation of historical musical instruments has always been, and still is, shaped by many contrasting perspectives of varied museum professionals and collaborators. Apart from the ones mentioned, I haven't yet referred to musical instrument collections directors and to organologists. What further complicates the panorama is the fact that the above enlisted museum roles may be overlapping. A person might also have changed in his or her lifetime, even more than once, from one role to another. Finally, also the occasional but very influential non-scientific contributions to the subject should be remembered of. As a matter of fact, back to the publication, it already addresses some of those popular views, as in, it is reliably known that the musical qualities of long unused instruments are in no way compromised by their silence. Lastly, I would observe the language used in the final quotation here. Playing instruments is, and will continue to be, an attractive interpretive function. So it's something that might be a musical instrument collection visitor's point of view, something which is even today perceived as underrepresented. Another popular mythology, that is the assumption that instruments of the violin family need daily practice to be kept alive, is mentioned by Professor Gabriele Rossi Rognoni in one of his contributions on the subject. As it is a much more recent publication, the explanation, the analysis of the visitor point of view is much more substantial here. Therefore, from all quoted past and present contributions, what emerges as the crux is use and functionality. In my view, that issue can be addressed by a reflection on what is a museum object. That is its museological definition: object, museum object, or musealia. A museum object is something which is musealized. What does musealized mean? The function of museum objects has been removed, and they have been decontextualized, which means that from now on they will no longer serve their original purpose, but have entered a symbolic order, which gives them new meaning, leading Krzysztof Pomian to call such objects semiophores, carriers of significance, and to attribute a new value to them. And what might happen if what effectively is a museum object, as a historical musical instrument in a collection, still serves its original purpose? I claim that it might become a post-museum object, an object that used to be a museum object, but has lost that ontological status. It has undergone an ontological transformation from a museum object to a post-museum object as a result of use, in the context of musical instruments, of playing. That process consisted in the loss of the original historic substance of the museum object, and hence, ultimately, of its integrity. Consequently, it cannot carry the meaning it once did. Then a question arises. From the museum point of view, it is not worth preserving anymore, or is it? To reflect on that, I prepared a provocation for you. That is a completely hypothetical museum label of a violin, of which only the soundboard is an original part made by Antonio Stradivari. That is a completely hypothetical situation, which might happen as a consequence of playing a historical violin and modifying it to the required needs. To answer my last question, I am of the opinion that the soundboard would be worth preserving for a museum, and what is more, it would also make sense to exhibit it in that way, while the violin would become a post-museum object. The soundboard could perfectly be a museum object. It is a good illustration of the previously discussed different approaches to a historical musical instrument and its conservation brought to its extreme. I will very much appreciate any kind of feedback on this. Now I go to the last part of my today's paper, which will present to you the specific study case of the musical instrument gallery of the Turin Conservatorio. The gallery was opened in 2009 as a result of a scientific project coordinated by Professor Francesca Odling, present here with us today, that included 5 fundamental pillars: cataloging, restoration, exhibition, catalog publication, and educational programming. It currently hosts 145 musical instruments of European provenance, dating from the late 1600s to the mid-20th century, of all horn, basso, sax categories. Now, I will show you the collection of bowed instruments of the gallery in photographs and a list. The instruments in bold are regularly maintained in functional conditions, as they are being lent to the conservatory students for long periods of time, in consequence of an internal competition with a jury. As you can see from the present slide, those are mainly representatives of the 1800 and the 1900 Piedmontese school of lutherie. By the way, there are 2 copies of Cannone by Eugenio Praga, who used to be the conservator of Cannone, so it probably would have been interesting to conduct a study on those copies and the original. I argue that those loaned instruments are effectively performing 2 functions: of museum objects, as they make part of the conservatory gallery, and of study instruments, as they are regularly played by students. It is a very particular situation. And in fact, I would like to elaborate on it in a proposed article for Galpin Society Journal that would comprehend the topic of musical instrument collections in conservatories. That double function constitutes, in my opinion, an incompatibility which could be explained by the evolution of the concept of heritage in those institutions, as it was in the case of the instruments of the Turin Conservatorio, which evolved from movable property, beni mobili, to an actual exhibition. What further intrigued me to propose that contribution was John Henry van der Meer's observation from the catalogue of Ferdinando Giulini collection that sometimes collections of musical instruments were made for conservatories of music. In Italy, too, a number of collections also passed through conservatories and still form part of them. Being owned by Schola, the institution has not always been to the advantage of the instruments. End of quote. In conclusion, conservation of historical musical instruments in museums is a highly complex topic. It poses in front of museum professionals concrete everyday challenges of balancing between conservation itself, use, and strategies for promoting a collection, and it necessarily requires dedicated decisions based on specialistic knowledge on each single instrument, material, state of conservation, historical period, among other factors. I personally sustain, and I am not alone, that musical instruments in museums should not perform their original function, especially having considered the impossibility of reproducing their original sound and their limited lifespan. Those are my references. And thank you very much for listening. As I have said, I will very much appreciate your reactions to the conceptualization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Hopefully we can get back to that sample label a little bit later in the discussion. I would like to invite Gabriele Rossi Rognoni for the last intervention today before the discussion in the roundtable. Gabriele Rossi Rognoni is professor of musicology at the University La Sapienza in Rome, as well as curator and chair of music and material culture at the Royal College of Music in London.
Thank you very much. Giving the last paper in a full day like today is an opportunity and a challenge. It is an opportunity because I've had the opportunity, the possibility of scooping up all the brilliant ideas that came through the previous papers. And also, sometimes you have the chance that someone will give part of your paper before you do, which is great because we are running a bit late. So thank you very much for taking up all the theoretical framework. It's also a challenge because if I don't stand at this time of the day, I will fall asleep during my paper, and you might as well. So I will stand. We can all stand up to join in. May I have the presentation? Sì? Sarebbe ideale. So what I will do to conclude the day is to share a few ideas that have been changing, as Carolina was suggesting. We all change ideas, we have discussions, we have conversations. I realized that I have been imagining, reinventing, redeveloping, and managing musical instrument museums, or we don't call them musical instrument museums anymore, music museums, for the best part of 30 years. And in 30 years, I've completely changed my positions on a lot of the topics that we discussed today, on silence, on sound, on what a musical instrument is, on what the role between a musical instrument outside a museum or in a museum can be, and on whether we are asking the right questions. Because this is my constant point is, we are paid to raise certain questions. We were having a discussion last night. Are we raising our own questions that we are taking the time to answer? But are these the questions that someone out there will relate to? Are these the questions that someone out in the street, which is our visitors in the museum, will be asking and wondering about? I'd like to start. Questa che dice Rossi Rognoni. Sì? Genova GRR. Ah, good. Ce l'abbiamo nella chiavetta. Dunque. Ma stamattina l'abbiamo trasferita dalla chiavetta. E anche i filmati l'abbiamo trasferito. L'ho vista sullo schermo. Vabbè. C'è una cartella, si chiama Genova. This needs to happen at the end of the day. Genova e la presentazione in PowerPoint. Non c'è neanche bisogno di trasferirla. Ah, vabbè. Right. Sound and silence on the nature of musical instruments in museums. I'd like to start with 3 quotes that are always for me a great conversation starter. I haven't attributed them, just going through them. Violins kept in vitrines dry out and die. It is the use and humidity emanated by the player that keeps them alive. So all my esteemed colleagues who insist on chin rests and shoulder rests are actually limiting something that keeps the instrument alive. Instruments, by continual use, are apt to become weary. They may eventually be killed. Give them rest. We feel it a duty to urge most strongly that fine instruments should not be brought to premature death by ceaseless use. The musician's task is to consume musical instruments. Is there any musician here? Good. Do you feel it's your task to consume musical instruments? You notice different approaches, you notice different ideas. There are certain things that recur. One is the feeling that the musical instrument is a living creature. It lives and it dies. It is a creature that depends on what the musician does. The musician has the power to kill or not to kill the musical instrument. And we have an agency on limiting the death of the musical instrument, of keeping the musical instrument alive. Can you imagine a chronology for this? Give a date to each of the 3. Give you 3 seconds, 2, 1. Which one do you think is the oldest? You think number 3 is the oldest. The musician's task is to consume musical instruments. Bruce, I don't consider your answer because there is always one in the class. And which one is the most recent? The first one. Okay. So the first and the last were both published in 2002. So they are in the same year. Violins need to be kept alive. Laurie Mazel, not the last of the incompetent when we talk about violins. And the musician's task is to consume musical instruments, 2002, the International Council of Museums, musical instrument section. Yes, the one in the middle is the Hill Brothers, 1902. Right. These statements show a tension that never ends, and it is the tension that we've heard today, and it is the tension that we constantly have to deal with. But I started in this profession with the feeling that we had to resolve this, that we had to take a side, that there was one side that was right and that there was side that was wrong. This discussion continued with a most recent article, Elliot Bates, an ethnomusicologist. So an academic, not a museum person, an academic who famously published this statement in an article: instrument museums are mausoleums, places for the display of the musically dead, with organologists acting as morticians, preparing dead instrument bodies for preservation and display. Elliot Bates is not an enemy of museums. He is a brilliant scholar. He has made major contributions to the understanding of the study of musical instruments. So why is he writing this? The reason why he's writing this is that the history of musical instrument museums is a very complicated history. And in fact, musical instrument museums start as silent entities. In the 1790s, where the first public music museum is established in France, that is established to collect musical instruments, portraits of musicians, and manuscripts and early prints. But there is no intention to perform on these objects. And there is no intention to perform on these objects throughout the 19th century until almost the 1920s. There are historical concerts at the end of the 1890s, but public museums don't do that until the 1920s. And it is around the 1920s that the passion for performance and early music starts to increase, and music museums start feeling under this pressure of making a choice of playing or not playing, which is what informed most of the tension of the debate. Should we play or should we not play? Is the musical instrument a cultural heritage or is it a performing object? And this is where we were in 2001, when I don't want to criticize or comment on the work of colleagues, so I just looked back at 3 of the key museums that I have been involved in redeveloping in time, and how my own approach changed. 2001, Galleria dell'Accademia, we were in Florence. This is the collection owned by the Conservatory of Music, passed to one of the main Italian museums, the Galleria dell'Accademia, famous for the David by Michelangelo and the slaves, the second most visited museum in Italy. It is an outstanding collection. The instrument in the middle is the viola tenore by Antonio Stradivari, the only Stradivari instrument in entirely original condition, almost, and the cello made for the Medici Quintet. When we designed this museum, which was developed from scratch, this space was a storeroom for the nearby institution, we worked on everything, on the floors, on the lights, on restoring the frescoes, on designing the showcases. The Cannone showcase is based on the design of these ones. Sound was the last thing that we thought about. We did think about it, but it was at the very end of the museum design process, because what we knew was that we had to preserve these elements of cultural heritage, and that we would not consider them being played, also because of the tension with the conservatoire nearby. We did record them, and we made the recordings available in screens for the audience. Great. Someone pointed out, about 10 years later, it is the same laboratory experience that you have when you go somewhere and you are told, press this button and something will eventually happen. That is not what music is about, is it? This feeling of, I go there, I do something, I press a button, I click somewhere, and something happens, is something that we learn to do in science museums, so hoping that the thing will eventually work. It does not convene a musical experience. It convenes an educational experience, but not a musical experience. And this is where the tension arises for me. Are we talking about musical instrument museums, or are we talking about museums of music? What are we trying to reproduce to our visitors? Things changed a lot 10 years later when, with Virginia, with Renato Meucci, we worked on the Museum of the Violin. Again, there was a lot of tension between competing policies within 3 collections in the city of Cremona, but there was an intention since the beginning to include sound and performance as part of the visitor's path. There was a lot of emphasis and budget invested in creating the auditorium as an appropriate space for the instruments being performed. There was a digital space at the entrance for an immersive sound experience. And there was a soundscape that is still being used, I think, in the main room, which is not played on these instruments, but plays on another idea, which is that sound provides the emotional carpet for the museum visit, for the museum visitor. And this is one huge step ahead for me. It is the movement from I click here and I get the sound to I don't even realize it, but sound is part of my experience of a museum visitor. It's changing what the focus is on for the visitor, from being educational to being experiential, to being emotional. One of the things that happened in the meanwhile was that we also realized that we had been talking about these topics among curators, for curators, for the best part of 1 century. And that the conversation had dried out. We didn't know what to talk about anymore. It was all about, we should play, no, we shouldn't play. A huge fight. I was in attendance of a fist fight at a museum at the end of a performance during one of the Simpson conferences. When you arrive at fist fights, you probably don't have anything more to discuss. So something happened in 2020 which opened for me an entirely new perspective. We started considering that sound for musical instrument is a function, as well as there are so many other functional objects in museums that were not born to be displayed, to be looked at, but that can or cannot perform a function. And these are all the sort of technical and technological objects. There are clocks, there are cars, there are airplanes. There are much more fascinating objects, which are contemporary art collection of biologically active artwork, which is artwork which is based on biologically active materials that degrade and deteriorate and eventually disappear as part of the headaches of the curator. We held a conference in Paris. Jean-Philippe was there. It brought, for the first time for me, it brought the discussion, should we perform, should we function the objects or not, to about 90 people who came from completely different backgrounds. And we realized that the discussion on musical instruments was the most advanced, much to my surprise. I would always have imagined that science museums would be much further ahead, because there are many more. It turned out that musical instrument museums were further ahead, ethically speaking, or philosophically speaking, for one reason, which is that function for musical instruments has an emotional value that is not present in any other functional object. It was written in the 70s. You don't expect to go to a gun museum and shot a 17th century gun. So why would you expect to listen to a violin in a museum? You don't expect to go to an early furniture museum and sleep on a Renaissance bed. So why do you want to hear the sound of an 18th century piano? Well, the answer is in our first questions. You don't feel that that Renaissance bed is dead or is dying because no one sleeps in it. Do you? I don't. You don't feel that a pottery, that a set of crockery, plates and dishes from the 18th century is dying because no one eats soup in them. But there is an emotional attachment to the function of musical instruments, which is unique among any other example of functional objects that get musealized. And this has value. I've heard many times in discussion with colleagues, the idea we need to educate our audience to not expect sound, because the sound that they listen to is not the right one, is not the exact one, will have changed because the object has changed, because our ears change, because the context changes. Yes, this is all true. But at the same time, there is an immediate reaction from our audiences, from our visitors, from people, which is different. And I think we do need to respect this, and we do need to acknowledge it, whether for the good or for the bad. Things for me changed completely when I started working on my last museum, possibly really last, which is the one at the Royal College of Music in London. Because at the Royal College of Music, the perspective was quite the opposite. It is the leading conservatoire in the world. We were building a museum mostly from the perspective of musicians, and for people who came expecting to see the museum of the leading conservatoire in the world. Not one of the most relevant collections that I've worked with, including the earliest guitar in the world, the earliest keyboard instrument with strings. Working on this museum, we worked from the other way around. We started from the idea of sound, and we developed everything around the experience of sound. So it's 3 areas, for example, 3 display areas, and the 3 areas relate to the 3 moments of creating a musical piece. Music is creation, music is craft, music is performance. There is an integrated performance space where instruments can be performed within the space of the museum, rather than having a separate climate-controlled space, which we also have. But there is an immediate connection between the collection, the display, and the instruments. This is not to say that we play everything, or that all the instruments that we do play a tiny percentage of our instruments. Because functionality is an can be an ideal, and the ideals are rarely achieved in life. Life is a number of grades of approximation towards an ideal. So for me, the ideal has become, we need to consider that the musical instrument has an intrinsic nature as a sounding object, and if we try to push that aside, we are not displaying a musical instrument. We are transforming ontologically. We can start the philosophical discussion of what the musical instrument becomes, but I do not think that it is the role of a museum to actively engage in transforming the nature of the objects that we transform, that we display. I think it is something that ends up happening, but I don't think that is what we want to do as a goal. Therefore, when I can't play an instrument because of conservation reason number 1, the first thing I will do is to try and find technological ways around it. In this case, this was a step in a long project of creating 3D prints thought from the perspective of the musician. So as sound reliable as we could, to expand the possibility of performing on instruments that are not playable. We would need longer than we have to go more into the details of this, but I would like to conclude with 3 points. for further conversation. I've just come back from Mafra in Portugal, where they just opened the new National Musical Instrument Museum of Portugal, a conference on sound in museums, attended by 160 people, 26 countries. There were 2 music museums represented. People who were there were sound artists, sound engineers, architects dealing with sound, curators coming from all other kinds of museums, all discussing how relevant sound can be in the museum environment. What I feel is that today, because we kept talking about among ourselves about always the same questions, we ended up being cut out from a much greater level of complexity, which is happening in the world of museums. And we want music museums to be the drivers of this phenomenon, not the niche. So we need to think, I think, open to any other perspective, but I think we need to think sound first, rather than keep thinking that sound is a headache in our museums. Sound is a headache. Sound systems don't work. The sound levels are too low in the morning and too loud in the evening, or the other way around. The guard of the room will always try to switch everything off because they get annoyed with listening to always the same. So yes, all these are headaches, but we need to start thinking museums in terms of sound. Sound creates emotions. And I don't think we need to educate our visitors not to expect that emotion. I passed the age of 50. I passed the age of accepting suppression of emotions. We need to let emotions out. We need to accept that visiting museums is an emotional experience. And that emotional experience happens through museum. All the other values of the musical instruments, Jean-Philippe, I completely agree. But I do think, once more, that all the other values come and are part of it, but that we need to relate through emotion. And the third one is that science changes much faster than assumptions. It is frustrating to hear statements that circulated, Carolina brought some up, circulated in the 60s about what is good and what is not good about musical instruments. Concepts that were not very substantiated because of where science was in the 60s, but are still circulating today. But meanwhile, huge things are happening in the world of musical instruments. Sandy-Leconte cost action, some years ago, brought together tens, not hundreds, but tens of acousticians and hard sciences, or scientists on one side and musical instrument people on the other. Are we all aware of all the ideas and hard facts that were demonstrated at that point? We are not. Massimiliano Guido, now a huge grant to explore how keyboard instruments behave when being played from a number of perspectives. I do think that we need to set aside a lot of the assumptions that we've developed through all the literature that even Symposium, every idea has a time. Symposium has been active since the 1960s, but the last guidelines on handling musical instruments in museums are from 1968. Is that right? We do need to consider that we are at a time of rapid changes, so rapid that I need to wrap up and hand over.
So thank you so much, Gabriele. I'd like to open the questions and start with trying with the difficult task to try to resume what happened during the afternoon. We have seen different approaches that have, I think, one goal, which is, from one side, is preserving collections in so many different ways, and on the other hand, trying to offer to the public this sounding experience that you just highlighted so well and so powerfully. I think that we are slowly moving into a time where we are getting beyond this dichotomy between playing and not to play or not to play, which was well represented by Robert Barclay in his book when he describes the two kinds of conservators, one described with white gloves and described as the anal conservator, and the other one with a coat full of glue and actively working on instruments. We're beyond that. The function of the musical instrument sometimes is not easy to imagine or to understand when you see one instrument. I mean, it's easy for many of us, but for the general public, when you see a bed, well, it's a bed. When you see a cromorn, it's a bit more difficult to understand the context and how it was used and what does it do. And in that, with that consideration, I'm glad that nowadays we are not talking about to play or not to play, but including all sides of this very complex object that is the musical instrument in this conversation. I'd like to ask if you have questions about the different interventions, or and in the meantime, perhaps we can start and come here for the round table and continue and get to the conclusion. So I invite the person that are part of the round table: Lorenzo Polonia, Jean-Philippe Echard, Massimiliano Guido, Virginia Villa, and Niccolò Bruzzo to come here and join us. Okay.
Grazie, thank you. Siamo fortemente in ritardo, come sapete poi ci sarà un concerto, per cui chiederei soprattutto in una fase di tavola rotonda di essere più sintetici possibili, se possibile, giusto per permettere poi di mantenere l'orario. Io volevo solo rispondere un po' al tema di questa tavola rotonda, che riguardava appunto l'uso se la scienza può aiutare o meno nella conservazione del questo patrimonio. Mi sembra che siamo partiti da un contesto iniziale in cui si è parlato di come la scienza ha mostrato come lo studio fatto sul violino. Il tema che tra l'altro Marconi giusto aveva segnalato, come questa scienza può essere ripetibile nel tempo e continuare a dare informazioni, quindi non essere un caso unico. Direi che ci sono stati molti suggerimenti e molte proposte che hanno dimostrato come in realtà la scienza si deve usare, perché questo può permetterci di capire meglio, capire e poi decidere. Come abbiamo visto, il gioco resta sempre usare o non usare i violini storici e via discutendo.
To better decide what to do. So the real challenge is to gather all the stakeholders that are operating within the realm of conservation. We know that in Italy we have quite complex regulations that set different approaches that were really designed for the world of music. So in Italy, we do not have well-prepared protection establishments or bodies to do what would be required. Well, since we are late, before giving the floor to the panelists in order to listen to their comments, Mr. Echard said that he will give up this round table since we do not have time. But by the way, I think we should give the floor now to artists. What do you think of this day, and what are your comments? Artist? Well, I don't know whether I'm a true artist. Perhaps it's a term that should be used only to those who are no longer in this world. I am a violin player. I am in charge of the of the Paganini competition, and I've always had. I've always been keen on violin making. It's a form of art that really embodies several forms of art, intercepting feelings, emotions, and conservation is quite a sensible topic. And it's also important to educate players who are called to play very outstanding and important historical instruments. The great musicians of the past, including Stern, were lucky enough to own wonderful instruments, but also they took care of them with great attention. Stern and Heifetz, for instance, divided their concert performing activity 6 months on an instrument and the other 6 months on another instrument to give some rest to their instruments. And but having said that, what is important and what should be shared, I think, with the science experts and musicians is a simple idea. You do not own this object. You are a temporary custodian of the object. The link, the connection between musician and instrument is extremely powerful. You're a musician, you take care of it and you look after it as if it were your child, but you must be aware that sooner or later there will be someone else using that instrument, and you are ethically liable for bequeathing this instrument to the rest of mankind. A very divisive topic is the condition or the preservation of the instrument that is played by some musicians. There are great instruments that have been played over the years by many different musicians that have been restored by very different makers throughout the centuries, and we know what that means. So the topic is this is an issue. But of course, well, we have to take all this into account, and we should never forget, as I said, that we are just temporary custodians. Yes, you're quite right. Thank you very much, and I'd like to ask Emanuele Marconi to give his comments, if he has any. Well, what is clear is that we have mentioned several times how science is the tool we will have to resort to, and we will have to trust more in the future. Science is traveling at a much higher speed than our biases and backgrounds, and therefore I think we should be positive about the perspectives that are associated with science. Science is not very much praised the current time in other parts of the world, but to us it may be very meaningful. Also, when speaking about historical instruments, we should try and understand what our personal projections are to these instruments. We sometimes attach to them meanings and significance that is not really appropriate for them. So with historical instruments, this is an aspect that should be rethought, and so perhaps I think we should undertake a deeper effort to decontextualize their use. Well, we cannot, when talking about science, we can really fly low. Very, very simple wood lamps or UV lamps that we may buy may give us information about an object that transforms, about the surface is transformed by use. So without using a synchrotron, we have the means to teach and to educate also collectioners. Display cases, the degradation of varnishes produces volatile acids that may be very hazardous, and therefore we should take this reality into account. Museums, of course, are involved, but also collectioners must be well informed and made aware of all this. I would now give the floor to Mr. Villa, who is a representative of the only Italian education establishment that is teaching the restoration of historical musical instruments. Andrea Schiavio wrote a book, Blind Stop, Why Science Cannot cannot ignore human experience. No, this book was written by a philosopher and a scientist. And what Emanuele Marconi has just said is that we should trust science at the current time, which is absolutely true, but scientists are becoming aware that there is a dead angle, a dead area within science, is a blind spot that has to do with the human experience that is gained by humans through science. So sometimes there is a denial that leans towards pseudoscience and is very common in this century. So the human experience is absolutely needed also in a scientific approach to conservation. Another point that has been made several times today is the need for a collective, for sharing of skills and competencies. We have heard about wonderful experiences. These become possible only if the environment, the population at large and the stakeholders are made aware of the importance of these issues. We have an instrument that must be looked after by different professionals, organologists, scientists, general public, museologists, and so on and so forth. Education and training are absolutely required. I am in this country the the only conservator and curator that is special. There is only one that is specialized in the in this specific topic, and this is Riccardo Angeloni. This is not acceptable. In Italy, we urgently need opportunities to carry out top-level discussions, the same way that we may have discussions in London, Berlin, or Bâle, for instance. So conservators, curators, and other professionals are highly trained, and we need highly trained professionals really to go on with a very informed type of discussion. So what is going on in Cremona. For 3 years, I was the head of the Department of Conservation and Restoration in Cremona. And some of our students are now working at European museums, and they have brought with them, taken with them, an open-mindedness that didn't exist before. So a conservator is not fighting, is not struggling with musicians, but it's the first ally of musicians. Thank you very much. This was a very strong statement, and to advocate the need for specialization in instrument preservation. I think we must conclude now, and I would now ask Mr. Panebianco to come to the podium to conclude the day. Thank you. Good evening. I think this was a very, very intense day of work. I'm really glad for all that has been done. We have also recorded an outstanding number of viewers from online, the online sessions. Approximately 2,000 contacts were recorded today. This shows the interest towards an event that was organized in a spotless way. I'd like to thank the organizers, therefore, and the Italian unit of the International Institute of Restoration, with its chair, general secretary, and the people in charge of communication, Eduardo Capasso, and also all the technicians and the translators who have helped us survive the day and go into depth. I have noted down a few points I'd like to submit to your attention for our conclusions. First of all, we started with an overview of conservation history. This is what Giordano introduced this morning. Wherever Maestro Giordano talks about the Cannone, he is always very successful. We have had experiences of that everywhere. The topics that were discussed today are really meaningful. I've been working for the General Secretariat of the Ministry, and I know how important it is to focus on heritage protection and conservation, and also in the case of historical violins and the Cannone in particular, this is ever more true today. We are talking here about the conservation and preservation of the tangible and intangible heritage. So we have the object, the violin, and the sound of the violin, that is the intangible part of the asset. Gabriele Rossi Rognoni focused the importance of the silence and sound. Silence and sound as part of this heritage. And at the very end of our day, a reference was made to the possible alliance between conservators and musicians. And this was another leading topic today. And much has been said about the strategies of conservation and the related threats. The lines that were submitted to our attention by the scientists from Grenoble were certainly very helpful. Now, our task is to publish the outcomes of this day. If no proceedings are published, if what we've done today is not followed by a hands-on, a concrete outcome, we may run the risk of not consolidating what we have acquired. So I'd like to thank the Foundation and Edoardo for supporting us in this venture. And I have another point to make. We have discussed about conservation, and we have underlined how it should be well thought of and shared. Edoardo has just underlined that the proceedings will be published in partnership with a publisher that is supporting the Paganini competition this year. The publisher is Leonard Better-Schneider. They have published already a book devoted to the ledger, to Paganini's ledger. So the ledger with the new presentation after 185 years from his death of his diary that had never been published in its entirety before, plus today's workshop devoted to the Cannone. So what is our task now, and what is the take-home message? Let's not disperse this heritage. Mr. Montanari, at the very beginning of this morning, reminded us of that. We have a heritage to protect, and there will be a heritage from this day of investigation and work. The city of Genoa and the Paganini competition are certainly ready to support us in continuing this effort. So I'd like to thank all of them and all of you. do not forget that immediately after we finish, there will be a concert here, and I hope that you may attend the grand finale of the Paganini competition tomorrow evening. There will be a number of performances, and towards 8:30, 8:45, there will be the award ceremony. The next day, the following day, the younger winner will be on stage again at the Teatro Felice Theatre, and she or he will play with the Cannone. Well, I remember similar cases in the past, and in particular last June, this honor was, we had the honor of having the King of England attend an exhibition, a performance. So certainly I'd like to thank you all for your participation. Paganini used to give for charity a part of his proceedings, and we want to do the same, and part of the proceedings from these days at Carlo Felice will be donated to the Gasolini Children's Hospital, and certainly this is something that we really want to start this year. So just thank you all for being here, and see you very, very soon.
Buonasera, ci siamo appena visti, ma siamo tornati qui. Questo è un momento particolarmente felice per noi perché è l'ultimo concerto di musica a camera di questo premio, che è sancito da una collaborazione molto importante, quella di nuovo del quartetto. Ringrazio innanzitutto Francesca Moncada perché grazie a lei abbiamo potuto realizzare questo progetto che non mi sembra nulla di innovativo, cioè di portare la musica da camera, che fosse la cosa più bella della musica in un concorso musicale, ma a quanto pare era un qualcosa di così azzardato che non si è mai fatto prima. Ad ogni modo, questo momento musicale, che è un piccolo concerto, l'altro che è una gemma dopo un bellissimo convegno, verrà eseguito dal trio Cobalt, tre fantastici ragazzi, un trio italiano che studia a Parigi, quindi ha una caratura internazionale e grazie a loro in realtà con un supplemento abbiamo creato il quintetto di Schumann ieri l'altro per la semifinale del concorso Paganini, quindi assieme a Danusia Vaskiewicz il trio Cobalt e i candidati semifinalisti hanno eseguito tutti, quindi 6 volte di fila, il grande quintetto per 44 di Robert Schumann. Questa sera invece da Schumann si passa, insomma, sempre quell'area germanica, un po' da Zwickau a Düsseldorf, a Lipsia. E infatti Riccardo Ronda, che è il pianista del trio, ci parlerà del primo trio di Mendelssohn in Re minore che eseguiranno. Grazie.
Buonasera, sarò brevissimo, solamente poche parole sul trio opera 49 di Mendelssohn. È un trio, diciamo, che sancisce, diciamo, l'approdo della musica romantica nel mondo della musica da camera, perché il trio opera 49 di Mendelssohn, che ha avuto la sua prima esecuzione nel 1839, lasciò un grandissimo musicista che ha fatto un po' da filo conduttore a questa edizione del concorso Schumann con parole di grande interesse. Infatti Schumann disse: Mendelssohn è il Mozart del nostro tempo, dopo aver ascoltato questo trio, perché fonde l'anima di noi romantici con la forma classica. E questo trio infatti ha un'anima romantica, un'anima fortemente romantica, impetuosa, si sente quasi, specialmente nel quarto movimento, una fretta espressiva, una furia, che è quella dei romantici. Però questo in una forma apollinea, in una forma perfetta, che è quella di Mendelssohn. E io non mi dilungo oltre, ma voglio ringraziare il direttore artistico del concorso, Niccolò Abruzzo, e la presidente delle dimore del quartetto, Francesca Moncada, per averci coinvolto in questa meravigliosa esperienza del premio Paganini. Buon ascolto.
sempre nel segno della musica tedesca, in questo caso austriaca in realtà. Abbiamo scelto il finale del finale del trio numero 45 di Haydn, nello stile tedesco, appunto come dichiara l'autore. È una danza molto rustica, molto veloce e dal sapore quasi ostareccio, quindi abbastanza particolare.